Okay, the Committee of Finance will come to order. We're going to have, hope everybody had a great weekend, first of all. But we're going to go right into it. We're going to go into BNF Director.
Morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the House Finance Committee. Happy Monday. My name is Luis Salaveria, your Director of Finance, and I am joined here today by our Deputy Director, Sabrina Nasir, and I'll go around and introduce the members of the department's leadership team. We have Neil Miyahira from the Program Planning and Budget Division, Rod Becker from the Financial Administration Division, or otherwise known as the Treasury, Mark Anderson from the Office of Federal Awards Management, Tracy Bond from our Admin Research Office, and with us from the Employee Retirement System is Kanoy Margot. Unfortunately, Tom is at a board meeting right now, which I am missing. And we have Derek Mizuno from the Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund, and James Tabefra, who is our State Public Defender. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you the department's executive biennium budget request for the upcoming fiscal year biennium 23 to 25. You have our testimony, so with your indulgence, I will summarize our presentation. Let me first start off by saying that it is the department's mission, simply put, that it is the Department of Budget and Finance is responsible for the effective and efficient management of all government resources, regardless of means of financing. And we do this by, one, developing and managing the state's operating and capital improvement budgets, planning, directing, and coordinating the state's investment portfolio and financing programs, managing the use of federal funds, issuing state bonds and administering debt service payments, coordinating statewide retirement benefits, administering health and life insurance benefits, and we also have the responsibility to provide effective legal services to individuals who cannot afford representation. The department's performance measures are included in the executive biennium budget and variance report documents that were submitted to you. The department's budget request aligns with our stated goals and objectives by making the necessary recommendations for fixed cost items such as debt service, retirement benefits, and health insurance costs. The department's non-fixed budget requests were necessary and adequately ensure the appropriate levels of resources are available to meet the core central agency functions and responsibilities of budget and finance. Next, I'd like to present to you the department's request for the upcoming 23-25 fiscal biennium. And with the exception of the $500 million infusion into the Emergency Budget and Reserve Fund, the department's budget represents a steady state position. However, we will be making adjustments in the next few weeks and will provide those adjustments to you in a subsequent governor's budget message. Our steady state budget includes adjustments for non-discretionary fixed costs, and this includes $90.9 million in fiscal year 24 and $208.9 million in fiscal year 25 for debt service payments, $62 million in 24 and $126 million in 25 for retirement benefit payments, and an adjustment downwards of $9.3 million in 24, but $42.6 million in 25 for health premium payments. We are also asking for full year funding for 8 positions that were authorized in Act 248, Session Laws 2022. We're asking for an additional $240K in each year of the biennium for internal salary adjustments for BNF departmental managerial staff, which is absolutely critical and necessary for recruitment and retention. And we are asking for the restoration of 1 Accountant 3 position that was abolished back in 2001. And again, our non-steady state budget does include the $500 million infusion into the EBRF. The department's biennium operating budget for all means of financing represents a net increase of $632 million in fiscal year 24 and $368 million in fiscal year 25. And the breakdown by means of financing is as follows. General funds are increased by $632 million and $367 million in each year of the biennium. Trust funds are increased by 308,000 and 608,000, and other funds are increased by 516,000 and 995,000. A breakdown of the following department by means of financing is included in the testimony on page 4. Please note that 98% of the fiscal year 24 and 25 budgets are for non-discretionary fixed cost items. And that is the department-wide portion of the budget overview, Chair. Specific information is included in the various tables, 1 through 18, that was submitted to you. And we have the divisions heads here from the various programs, and attached agencies are also present to answer any specific questions that you may have. And finally, I'd like to leave you with how I expect the Department of Budget and Finance to operate under the next 4 years if I am so fortunate enough to be confirmed into the post. But simply put, we're going to operate under 3 very core tenets. And first of all is that the state's credit is paramount, and it must be vigorously protected. Modernization of government will bring the efficiencies and value to the public. And lastly, we cannot improve what we don't measure. And with that, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, thank you very much. Members will open up the questions. You must have did a good job.
Well, thank you.
I can ask something real simple. I like your last statement about measuring.
Yes.
Haven't we throughout years and years tried to start measuring something, but what happened?
So if I can basically talk about some of the things that we're trying to do right now. You know that the state has embarked on a modernization of the financial system, famous, a program that we've been using basically for, I don't know, 40 years, 4 decades really. And I think when you finally have a system that can appropriately record and track expenditures as well as budgets, then we'll finally get to that point where we can start really, measuring, how we perform.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
In your $500 million add-on for a rainy day fund, the goal is to hit 15%.
Correct.
So when you're dealing with the other big dollar amounts, debt service and retirement benefit payments, is there a similar stated goal?
For debt service, basically it's set by our bond issuance schedule.
But,
So,
I mean, I guess now would not be a time to refinance.
yes,
Yeah.
I would highly recommend against refinancing right now based upon the interest rates the way they are.
But, I mean, for retirement benefit payments, is there a goal, similar to the 15%?
So
For
when
rainy
it comes
day.
to both what I'd like to call our unfunded liabilities, which
Yes.
is our pension obligations, as well as our other post-employment benefits, which is the ETF, our healthcare benefits, we are on track basically on an amortization schedule in order to bring the unfunded liability down. Right now, the ERS is at a funded ratio of approximately 61.2%. And as long as the state continues to make the contributions in order to meet that amortization schedule, then we will be viewed favorably by not just our rating agencies, but our creditors.
I understand that we had or have a goal for 25 years to get down to full funding,
Correct.
and we've gone up and down on that goal. Is there any reason to either up the schedule, not up the schedule, but pay more so that the schedule might be revised in terms of number of years?
There are statutory provisions that allow for increasing some of the contributions towards our unfunded liabilities. And I think in the past, there has been triggers where additional payments have been made to either pension accumulation or OPEB. But I think because it's very volatile and with other needs, we're constantly in that balance. So, I mean, that's definitely a discussion that we can have as we go through the session if we want to increase those contributions to our unfunded liabilities.
But the current requests don't change the schedule.
The current request basically maintains our amortization schedule that we're on.
Okay, thank you. Representative Marcal.
More of a ERS question, I guess, because there has been, or maybe I'm wrong about it, but there's been a mass retirement of government workers who are now collecting. Is that an impact on the budget? As far as paying those new retirees and their medical obligations?
If you don't mind, if I could call up Kanoy Margol from the ERS to help answer some of those questions.
I couldn't
Oh.
hear the question.
That being said, when you do have a mass retirement, when you have a bunch of people entering the system, it does create, an additional draw on retirement benefits.
Right, so that's why my concern is there sufficient funding, or is there enough money to pay this group of mass retirement?
Yes, right now we're at, amortization period is about, statutorily required, as Louis said, is 30 years, and we're at a funding period of 24 years right now. So as Louis also mentioned, we've adjusted the employer contributions to get the funding level, the amortization level down.
Okay,
And the
and-
funded ratio up.
I guess it doesn't help that we're not filling positions, so there's not money going in on that side of it, right? Have you guys thought about that?
There is, you would want your incoming employee base to contribute into the fund in
Yeah.
order to make the system continue to solve and operate
Okay.
efficiently.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, members? Representative Garrett, followed by Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Director. At the beginning, you mentioned modernizing state systems, specifically FAMOUS, the Financial Accounting Management Information System.
Yes.
Does that fall under BNF or DAGS?
Right now, there is I'd like to call a three-headed governance structure between Budget and Finance, DAGS, and ETS, actually. So we are kind of setting it up right now in order to provide that necessary level of governance structure and how this thing gets executed.
So you haven't issued an RFP or anything at this point?
There is actually an RFP. There was an RFP that was submitted, and we are currently engaged with a solution and an integrator. And right now, what we're trying to do is make sure that process continues to move forward appropriately.
Okay, and just for our background, what is the value of the contract roughly?
Right now it's at $17 million.
17?
17.
Okay, and are you coordinating with other jurisdictions as well too, like the Department of Education on this system? Or are you guys operating kind of in
So,
different tracks?
and that's kind of a unique thing. I do have a little bit of like old-time history from the state's first foray into an ERP, but they currently operate their own systems, and so the intention would be that once the state system, that there would be an integration that would happen in order for those systems to start communicating with each other.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. On the 8 positions that you want to fund, what are those 8 positions gonna fill, and are all your positions currently filled?
No, we do have some vacancies, not very much, but I don't have let me provide you with a breakdown. Sorry, I don't have the exact breakdown of those positions themselves. Okay. We are asking for second-year funding for a Secretary 3 and an IT Band B position that were restored in Act 248. Those are the 2 positions that we're asking for. We're also asking for second-year funding for the CIP branch division that was authorized by the legislature, which includes 1 program budget analyst manager position and 3 program budget analyst and a backup support position for collective bargaining support manager, and also 1 technical budget policy advisor too. So these are our filled positions, the process of which is normally on the first year of funding, we only get 6 months because there's a hiring lag. But now that these positions are on board, we're asking for the full year funding for them.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, members?
Not bad.
Okay, I have a question. So, the modernization system, famous system, are you gonna come in for additional money this year?
We're currently looking at it, whether or not there would be some need to supplant the existing contract, but I don't have that information for you right now. Once the new governance structure meets, we will be coming to you with that information, Chair.
Okay, so you have no idea how much it may be?
Not at this point.
Okay. And then, as far as, getting all the departments on board with the new system, the ones that are, DOE, whoever, are the conversations moving forward, at least if the chart of accounts are identical?
Correct, yes. So the whole idea was to establish UCOA, which was a Uniform Chart of Accounts.
So that is happening?
That is happening right now. And even with the, in structuring kind of like these ERPs, these enterprise resource platforms, you may have certain systems that exist. I think our intention going forward would be the establishment of subsidiary ledgers where the conversion would happen before it gets implemented into Famous.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I was gonna ask you about the core, but I think I'll wait.
Okay.
Anybody? Nobody?
Chair,
Please?
if I may go slightly outside of the guidelines, being the Finance Committee, and I know you warned us the last time,
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to get the director's opinion on the governor's proposal for the GET tax to be eliminated on food. Does that fit in with your numbers?
We are still currently debating how we are going to address the reduction in the cost of living for the general public. That has been discussed publicly, but at this point in time, it is a matter of implementation and execution. But we will be coming with a plan to the legislature by the time the governor gives his State of the State address.
Do you have any numbers as to how much of a puka in the budget it would be?
At this point in time, because we have healthy ending balances, there is no expectation. Our intention really would be to manage to the bottom line in order to provide the kind of relief that we want to the general public without making any necessary reductions in the overall government budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think you must have did a great job. But actually, we wanna, we're gonna wait till we see more of what you have going forward. So we're gonna adjourn, we're gonna recess, I'm sorry, for a little while to bring in the School Facilities Authority, but we'd like to thank you for coming and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members.
Thank you. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
recess. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance. We're gonna go right into Department of Education, School Facilities Authority. Please.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and Finance Committee. My name is Chad Keone Furias, the Executive Director of the Hawaii School Facilities Authority. I believe you have the information in front of you, but likewise, I will summarize the overview. School Facilities Authority has statutory authority over creating new schools, new facility construction, public-private partnerships, and school redevelopment work. As a newly established authority with an independent governing board, SFA, in conjunction with our board, is creating the strategic vision, plan, and objectives. As a new state authority, the SFA is currently focused on standing itself up as an independent authority. Additionally, the SFA is working with our state partners to fulfill the statutory obligations as noted in Act 248 and Act 257. The SFA does not receive any federal funds at this time. The SFA does not have any non-general funds at this time as well. Internally, the SFA has discussed our most pressing capacity needs to fulfill our statutory obligations under 302A-1700. The budget recommendations were then put before our board and voted upon and approved. The SFA is not requesting any additional funds in this executive budget. The SFA is requesting an internal shift of funding to cover the cost of the requested 3 FTEs. That would be a project manager, a planner, and a budget analyst. Yeah, and that's it. That's what we have in our budget. Questions?
Okay, thank you very much. You are a new entity, so I'm sure the members have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
We'll open up the questions. Representative Garrett.
I'll start. Hey, Director. So remember when we first met, you were basically an army of one, working from home. What is the physical situation like for your office? Do you have a home now?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have what I call a temporary home on loan back in Hilo at the State Building where we can receive our mail. We're currently working through the DAGS process of identifying our employees. There's some forms you got to fill out based on those ratings. We submitted one time for the use of public space, and now we're submitting, currently in the process of submitting for the use of private space as well.
Okay. And just regarding your statutory mandate, I know you mentioned here that it's executing the development planning construction assigned by the legislature, governor, or the board. Do you ever envision a time where you'll kind of lead that in a more in a strategic manner, where we're taking direction from you, recommendations, that kind of thing?
Absolutely. The absolute hope was at this point in time, we would be doing and leading that work. I'm not sure if you know, the board was stood up 2 years ago, and I didn't come on as director until May because for whatever reason. But yes, to answer your question, the SFA needs to lead that type of conversation. I was in the DOE for 30 years. DOE is an amazing, amazing place to work and teach kids. Where it's not amazing is how we reimagine the use of our properties. We're not often, it's just really hard to imagine the use of our properties. When is a school, it's easy to identify when a school is overcrowded and those types of issues, but the conversations when it's underutilized is not one that we have very courageously, and we need to. And I don't believe they can do that without an entity like the SFA leading that charge.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, a new entity that survives and thrives so far. If we go back to where it was before, doing the same thing as you guys and the cost of it versus now what the cost is to do your office, do you have a comparison? Are we saving money, spending more money, and what's the differential?
I would say it's flat at this time.
It's a
We don't
wash.
we don't have that information, and we haven't changed the structure around how we procure any of these services yet.
Okay. From a macro perspective, how many schools are you going to build versus close? Old ones, new ones?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me ponder on that. I don't have an exact answer, but I do know that there are in the works conversations around building at least 4 new schools. There hasn't been conversations around closing schools in the last 3 years.
In your CIP budget, 750,000 for FY '24, what
Yes.
is that about? And then the 5.2 billion for FY '25, what specifically is that?
Right, another good question. So the 750,000 would be to work with the DOE to identify the schools that have the most pressing needs, the overcrowded, pretty much the overcrowded schools. We'd like to have conversations on, we'd like to subsequently have conversations as we identify overcrowded schools, ask the question of where is our dwindling population going, and help the DOE identify that. So that's the hope in spending the first 750, and then the 5.2 would be to effectuate some of those projects.
So you're gonna make Campbell High School a high-rise?
Whatever it takes and whatever it's allowed within the code.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other question, Representative Kobayashi?
As you know, there were some people who were not fully supportive of this new authority. Do you anticipate any milestones, say, in the next year or 2 years, so that you can justify your existence?
Yeah.
Because
Yes, I do.
I'm a little surprised that you still don't have staff fully on board. You said you came in May?
May 10th,
Wow.
yes.
So,
So to answer your question, will we see some progress in the next year? Absolutely, we'll see some progress in the work that SFA does. We've been funded only in Act 257 for preschools, and we're currently kind of judging through the requirements to become our own procurement authority. So that's been pretty tough, I will say, just understanding, learning the process, and getting those forms to the AG and back. I will say everybody's been helpful, but I was not fully aware that there was opposition to the SFA. When Governor asked me to be on the board, I did it because of my years of service in the DOE. Taking this executive director position at the very last minute where I felt I could be helpful. Since then, I felt a bunch of pushback in certain places. And so I've become aware that maybe people weren't fully supportive of the SFA. I still believe in our core mission that we can do this work and help the DOE become very, very strong partners and have the courageous conversation that I wanted to see the DOE have in my 30 years. I sat on the committee on weights and challenged the system in how we did weights and how we gave extra money to schools that weren't able to stand up, asking the tough questions of when it's best to serve our kids with an economy of scale in an area where we can provide all the necessary support. So, but I do believe in a year. Will it be enough to make everybody a supporter? I hope so. I'm gonna do it with grace, without ruffling feathers or stepping on toes. But I fully believe that we need to build the quality facilities that our Kiki deserve, or I wouldn't be here.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't try or expect that you would get so-called everybody, quote unquote, in support, but, just gain some additional support.
Right.
I mean, I tell people even Jesus Christ had enemies.
I agree. Thanks for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair. So I know you're just starting out, so I'm not sure if you have this answer, but, we have a backlog in, of course, capital improvement projects. And so I'm just wondering if you've already kind of laid out or envisioned how you are going to be working with the complex areas who currently kind of oversee, some of these facility improvements with the schools, the principals. Sort of what is your plan, or how do you envision that all kind of working out?
Yeah, great. So two parts to that question. Statutorily, the SFA wasn't stood up to do the repair and maintenance. However, I do believe in the way we're going to go about doing CIP projects in an open, collaborative way, that it will change the way the Department of Education does the repair and maintenance as well. So that's one. I don't live my life just in hope. So we're going to work hard within our statutory obligations and then leave the hope for that part. In terms of working with complex area superintendents and principals, I sat on that side of the fence for so many years, and I have a lot of friends and a lot of relationships there, and I think it's been helpful so far. We haven't been invited to the table at that granular level, still trying to figure out our authority within Superintendent Hayashi's framework for what he's doing. He brought on new ASs in Tammy Chun and Kurt Otoguro. And so that, I won't say it slowed us down, but it kind of restarted us. Now we're figuring out that, that relationship as well. But to answer your question, when the SFA delivers on the way the SFA was statutorily created, it should change and shock the whole system, especially how we inventory our assets and how we manage those assets, and then how we rate the longevity of them.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, another question, sorry. Right now, I know you said you were, your office, your physical space is on the Big Island. Is it a plan to have one on every island? Are you permanently thinking of being on the Big Island, or what's the
Yeah,
plan for location?
No, so we plan to be centered here in central Oahu, just because of the numbers, just because of proximity, obviously, to the ledge and to the DOE. So it, coming from Hilo, having that relationship, it was just easiest to get started. We needed a place to send mail. We needed it legal. We needed to work with DAG. So it was just, sorry for the use of the term, the low-hanging fruit. And then to your question on every island, I'm not sure within my 5 years tenure that will happen, but I envision that if the SFA takes over all CIP and starts to into repair and maintenance, that we need representation on every island. Sorry, on every island, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any Representative Chung?
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director. I was just wondering if you could provide an update on the school facilities special fund and how that's working out.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I will provide you a more formal update. We're in the process with the DOE back and forth in conversation. In regards to the special fund, an MOC was signed in March of 2022 between then Acting Director Sniffen and Randy Tanaka. And so we've started that conversation. We've had 2 conversations where SFA does not have the capacity to touch any of that money, quite frankly. We may, as the DOE starts to transfer that over to us, but in doing so, we're going to ask for the transfer of those positions, whoever has that institutional knowledge. Early in the conversation, it was very clear that there needs to be some work. There were recommendations given to the DOE. We reviewed it. My board was confident that the DOE made those changes on what was recommended to them, and so we could be hands-off. We do not want to slow that down any more than it has been, because it needs to pick up steam, not slow down any further. But Scott and I will work on that, and if we can find more information, we'll provide you with actual numbers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Kalu.
Mahalo, Chair. Thank you for being here and, further defining the work and scope, and so we can better understand the work that you do. My question is kind of what the authority you folks have to execute projects within the scope of having to support you have a board, and then we have, Board of Education and the head of the Board of Education. So if we can talk about kind of, I guess my question is, I can see potential bottlenecks in the process of executing the work that you guys are doing. So can you speak through maybe, I don't know, chain of command, or whether you walk through a CIP or, because the special fund not having full authority or access over that just brings up kind of that question of jurisdiction of you executing on your mandate.
Right, okay, great. Let me try to break that down. So I see where the bottlenecks could happen. Obviously, when I first was on the board, I got on thinking that I did not want to see one more layer of bureaucracy. Just gonna add one more thing we gotta go through. We're slow enough as it is what I was thinking. So to your question, we're not gonna play the game from that standpoint in waiting for approvals at all of those levels. It will come through us. We will seek approval from our board, and we will move forward. The tricky part in this conversation is that relationship with the Department of Education. So I will speak currently, statutorily, we build for the ledge, the Board of Ed. I'm getting all confused here now, or the governor. So the governor hasn't asked us to build anything. So that's off the table. The DOE hasn't made an ask for us to build anything yet. Act 257, the ledge asked us to build, and they put a number on it, 200 classrooms in 2 years with $200 million. So we're not asking for approvals from the DOE. We're working with our agency partners. The biggest partners in that pre-K game, obviously EOEL, Public Charter, University of Hawaii. So, and we're working with the Lieutenant Governor's office. I would say if we're asking for permission, effectuating the contracts will go through the AG. I don't have much control over that, but we will, again, do it with grace and a lot of collaboration to see if we can make that process more seamless. So the short answer, until somebody tells us we have to go and fulfill these other checks, we're going to read the statute for what it is and do the work that's assigned to us.
Representative Board.
Just to follow up on that, in a statement you made maybe 5 minutes ago, that you kind of said you don't have a seat at the table with the DOE. What did you mean by that? Because it kind of explains it in the last answer.
Yeah, so we have a seat at the table with Superintendent Hayashi and now with Assistant Superintendent Otoguro. That was in response to my relationship with principals in CASES, having served with them. We haven't, at that granular size, we haven't been called. Well, we have one meeting with CASES scheduled now, but that'll be our first meeting at that level where we're meeting with principals in CASES.
So who do you report to? Who's in terms of the
Board chair? My board chairman is Alan Oshima,
board chair of,
the School Facilities Authority.
but is separate from the DOE, which is the requester?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, we're administratively attached to the DOE for administrative purposes only. There, we do our postings through DHERD, et cetera. So those are some of the growing.
Shifting to what we had a few days ago with the charter schools, do you do rentals? Do you do anything with charter schools?
We do. We have many conversations with charter schools. We have projects on tap now, 12 sites. There'll probably, a few of those sites will be multiple classrooms. But those formal conversations are on charters that are state-owned currently. We will have more conversations on charters that are on private lands. The real problem with that is charters operate in only a 5-year lease, which makes it hard to justify doing a full build-out on a private parcel. Those would probably be
So
removable
only the
assets.
rent-free ones you are dealing with?
The ones that are state.
But the one that's hurting the most are the ones that have to pay the rental.
Yeah, I totally agree. So we continue to have conversations. We have some workaround solutions. We've been approached to do some modular builds or some removable assets. That
Can
might
you pay
help us.
rent rather than building? Instead of brick and mortar, can you just pay rent?
I would have to get back to you on that. It
It's not in
doesn't
the mandate.
explicitly say it in the statute. I don't think it excludes it within the statute.
Because you'd be a hero if you could do that.
I want to be a hero only so much as helping our keiki get what they need and deserve. And when I was complex care superintendent of Hawaii Island, I worked very well with the charters, and so I think I'm unique. I think they trust me. I hope. But yeah, if that's what it takes, then I want to be a hero, because it serves. I mean, our charter schools really serve a population that
Very
a
important.
unique population. Very important.
Chair, last question. The Lieutenant Governor has expressed extreme interest in getting early learning off the ground. Are you guys involved helping her in any way or shape or form?
Yes. You want a longer answer?
Well,
The answer is yes.
yes.
We're at the table with
So you're gonna
her
get facilities for her?
every 2 weeks. Yes.
So you could then actually help the charter schools then if you can get facilities for her? Because you're not gonna build you're not gonna build early learning classrooms, are you? Or are you?
Yes, we are.
You are going to do that? You don't have enough money to probably meet that demand, do you?
Currently, we have, I believe currently we have enough money to build what's being asked of us on these 60 sites. Where we're gonna really struggle is testing the timeline of getting our encumbrance by June 2024.
What's an example of one of those places look like, those sites that you're gonna build? How big are they? Are they
So
state land, private?
technically, within the DHS guidelines and the way charters and EOEL operates, the build should be 750 square feet for a classroom of 20. There should be 2 height-purposed lavatories, meaning height of 3 and 4-year-olds within line of sight of the teacher's desk. And it should include 1,600 square feet of external play space space for kids to play.
The land you have is existing DOE land or where?
We've
Or is it-
identified 60 sites. 20-plus sites are within DOE campus, are classrooms that exist already that need to be refurbished, modified, renovated. There has been 30-plus additional sites identified by LG's office and the DOE, on DOE campuses. There's been 12 sites asked of us by public charter schools. Sites now, those are, some of them have 2, some have, are asking for 5 classrooms. Well, within the charter.
But some are on private land. Some,
Currently, none are on private land. Diane Goya and Yvonne Lau have done an assessment with their charters, including those on private land. What they're working through is the lease, the 5-year lease limit. And I believe the Charter Commission is trying to create a whole new charter for pre-K. And I'm hoping they're successful.
do you have a timeline for the early learning build-out for the Lieutenant Governor?
Yes, we're working with the AGs. We have a meeting with the AGs this afternoon to discuss further that timeline. LG wants additional information soon. We need to encumber this money by June 2024.
If I could add to that, as the former chair of this committee, she's a pit bull when it comes to when she wants something done to get it done. So I would encourage you to follow as much as possible. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you, Chair.
She's been
That was
fun to work
an unpaid
with.
editorial, sorry, but I couldn't avoid it.
Representative Kahaloa, followed by Ayu.
Kind of a follow-up question to the early childhood, pre-K classrooms and the positions that you're requesting. I guess what is the balance of workload between the expansion of the pre-K versus the capital improvement projects and the larger improvements to facilities? Is there enough staffing, or what is the balance to be able to manage that workload? It seems pretty busy.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. I'll indulge ourselves. The 3 of us have been working extremely hard. And we knew to establish a new authority in this way would be hard. We knew with the passage of HB 2000 and signing of Act 257, it would be extremely hard. At times we looked in the mirror and just, do we have what it takes? So, but that didn't last very long. We're confident. We're going to work hard, make no excuses, and do the best we can. So the 3 positions are absolutely necessary. We are not planners. We're not going to pretend to be. We've tried to do some planning work on our own with the help of business partners that are now have all taken our solicitation for services. So that's kind of stopped until we can effectuate a contract with them. But we're going to use business, community, public-private partnerships. We're going to use the existing knowledge within the Department of Education every way we can, so we don't make any of the mistakes they've made or duplicate too much of that work. 3 positions will get us to this what we've been challenged to do in this next biennium. We believe the 7 total positions that we'll have should get us that work. Now, as the special fund monies, as we tackle those responsibilities, we're going to have to work with the DOE, as the statute allows, for the transfer of positions. We still need to work on where the funding will come from for them. But we believe if we're taking that responsibility from them, especially all the CIP, that those positions should come over to the SFA as well.
Yeah, Representative Ayu.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused on the transfer of CIP and how you envision that. Is that something that the legislature could clear up in the statute, or is that an administrative process that you need to wade through?
Yeah, okay, how do I answer that? So on the confusion part, there seems to be a lot of people confused on that, right? Right now, the DOE is building a high school in Maui. We're absolutely not jumping in midway to try to do that work. The SFA, at least from my perspective, believes that we can be helpful in that work too. But we got our own elephant to eat, so to speak. So there'll continue to be confusion because we're not going to touch the ongoing projects. We're not trying to slow anything down. Everything new going forward, we believe we can handle once we're staffed up. So you should see us, once we get our procurement authority under us, we should start to be more aggressive in those conversations, in taking those projects. I promise you the DOE would love for us to take them all. They have a lot of work. a lot of work to do, so they're not standing in the way. It's Superintendent Hayashi, AS Otoguro, and AS Tanaka. They want to get their jobs done as well, right? So they're not going to just say, here, we're going to leave it and not fulfill the promises to the keiki. So I believe there'll still be a little confusion. In terms of the ledge, having more clear statute always helps, right? And there's some language in here on the transfer of 7 positions, et cetera, in Act 7.2. Doesn't say where the funding comes from, right? So that may be something that Scott and I will work on to get more clarity. But I don't think it's absolutely necessary. We're big boys. We can have the conversation across the table and say, when responsibility comes, don't you think that funding comes? And then if it doesn't, then we'll be here in the future asking for those positions. But I mean, if you look, you made a comment about the unfilled positions. There are a ton of vacancies out there in government and in the DOE. So I don't anticipate us having problems with those conversations. We're just not being that aggressive. We have the work in front of us. We have one more position that we're going to post. I wish Andrew was there to help us do that. He's great at it. And then hopefully we get funded for these 3 positions, and we have a lot of projects out there. So a project manager, absolutely necessary as well.
So it's your position that new like repair and maintenance would fall under your purview, and there's no pushback from the DOE to do future.
So new CIP.
Okay.
We don't anticipate there would be pushback once projects awarded to us. They want good facilities. I'm talking from being at the superintendent level, principal, teacher level. When you have a collaborative process on these campuses, and we can have those more courageous conversations around underutilized facilities, that we can get change. I'll be honest, the hard part will be around consolidation of schools, identifying schools that have a famous person's name on it that is underutilized that we should do something else with. It's tough. It's tough. I've been there. I got goosebumps thinking about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Representative Ward?
Chair, I do have 2 more questions. I thought I had finished it, but the macro question is, how will you measure your success?
Man, I could talk about that forever.
Stated differently, are you going to be faster and cheaper than the DOE doing as they have done it year after year after year? Are you going to be any different, or are you going to be... In other words, how will you, please think about it, you don't have to answer it, but
Yes.
think about we should know how you're going to measure your success. And to the former question, what is the backlog on the R&M? What deferred maintenance? Have you got a dollar amount?
So because that doesn't sit in our shop, we have not danced around it too much. But the last figures I saw was in excess of $2.4 billion.
You said billion, right?
Yes,
That is huge.
that is huge.
And that's not your kuleana at all.
At this time, it's
It
not.
probably should be, because that's embarrassing.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll reserve comment on your question. I would like to answer your question shortly. Success for me will be building facilities our keikis need, put an S there, our keiki need and deserve, to do it more efficiently and in a community collaborative way.
Okay.
And measured against the best facilities in the country, not settling for second best. It is expensive to do work in Hawaii, and obviously the price has increased astronomically over the last year. But I promise you, it is on our hearts and mind to be efficient in the work.
Efficiency, you didn't say cost effective more than the DOE, though. Can you do better than they're doing, is the question.
I believe we can.
Okay, I think you guys
I
should.
believe we can. And I believe
Please do.
it'll help the R&M process. I believe when we start having those conversations, it'll help the R&M process as well. I'm not exactly sure how. I'm a forever hopeful that success builds and breeds more success.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, Representative Portboy?
Thank you, Chair. Hello. I think I have about 3 questions. They should be easy ones based on the testimony. Can you offer any insight into specifics of the school capacity projects for fiscal year 24 and 25?
You're talking about the $6 million in the executive budget?
It's in the testimony budget.
Yes, so the DOE has a lot of data. It has a lot of data. What they do with that data is sometimes awesome and sometimes it's not. I get that it can be political. With this money going forward, we're really just looking at capacity issues, challenging the DOE to identify where there's truly overcrowded schools, holding them to that data, and then effectuating some design around that. The schools that come to mind, like Campbell, the areas in Central Maui, obviously, that have development, and then looking at the huge development projects in here in the west, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So you're not requesting additional funds, but a shift of funds for the positions. I couldn't tell from the testimony where the funds are being shifted from.
So our current budget is 1.3 million. We have 3 employees and no office space. We've had very, very little overhead. So it's within that,
Oh,
it's
so
within that
it's-
1.3.
It hasn't been allocated to a specific bucket.
Right.
Okay. And then I think the last question is, you mentioned 4 new possible schools. If you could share the locations, and also, and you kind of spoke to it in the previous answer, but additional criteria, like overcrowding and additional criteria that is used to prioritize the locations?
Right, okay, another great question. So we don't have any exact locations, right? There has been conversations in the media and within our complex area superintendent groups, especially around East Kapolei, a high school in East Kapolei. It's been talked about. We've seen a few sites we went to visit just to see sites with the CASs along Farrington Highway for one. And there's been conversations around 3 new schools in Central Maui that, just in conversations with other representatives, were there. So I'm sure there's planning for a bunch more, because Kaz Tajima has talked to me about schools out in that area, and even a new school for Hawaiian immersion. So just a conservative number of, there are at least 4 that's been talked about, and I hope through this session there'll be more information and more asks of us, so we can do the work that we're statutorily obligated to do.
So the criteria, there isn't like a set criteria or scoring metric of how you prioritize?
Currently, no, not within the SFA.
Okay.
And the DOE uses a bunch of metrics, but you won't find a sheet that just has a score, and if you hit 16, you win, and you get there's never seen it.
Okay, so advocacy is really important in that process.
Yeah, absolutely. Early in
Yeah.
my career, we did it in Kea'au, and then got a new elementary and high school built, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. One more question. So you had mentioned the school closures, possible school closures, and I see that your responsibility is about development and planning. So in the future, will it be the SFA's board's responsibility to determine what schools get closed, or is that still going to be under the jurisdiction of the DOE and BOE, or how is that decision going to be?
Yeah, so that is under the jurisdiction of the BOE. We've had, in my 30 years in the department, we've had some boards they're real strong and could have that conversations. We saw some schools close. Do I think it was done the right way? It was messy. So I don't know what the right way is. But it's not under the SFA's board's duties or jurisdiction. I do know it is heavy on their minds. And so when I say SFA will be at the table in building new schools and identifying overcrowdedness, SFA will be, I will be advocating for courageous conversations around what we do with these schools. I'll be honest, I've been the superintendent of schools that didn't have enough money under the weight to have a counselor. That's yucky. I'd have to find funding for that. But, and those schools were geographically isolated, so there weren't many options, but that's not always the case. But again, it's hard when you have a school named for somebody beloved to close it, like something's in the name, but it's also institutions that people have gone to or generations have gone to. So those are tough conversations. I don't envy those that have to have it. I'm not trying to be too tough, but the SFA will. continue to encourage that type of conversation. We will be data-driven when we build. Even the most recent builds, we've been very conscientious about looking at the data and having tough conversation on, you sure you should build it there? And that's help. That's help, because the data doesn't lie.
So your role as the FSA would be to kind of provide that information to the BOE and your recommendations on where schools should be built, but also what schools might be on the closure list or
Yeah,
consolidation.
I mean,
list.
that's not written in statute, but I don't believe you can be the director of an authority like the School Facilities Authority and only take the winning projects, only take the glamour. You need to get in and have some of the yucky conversations, or the real courageous conversations. I won't shy away from that. I will call it like it is and say it's not easy. It's not easy to do, but it is necessary. We can't continue to build new schools with a population that's going down. We have 180,000, 170, 165. We're on track to be at 150,000 students, which is a great size with the private institutions we have and the charters that we have. That's a great size for a state SEA, right?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple.
Yeah.
So in the part of the conversation in the inception of School Facilities Authority was to some, with lack of a better word, to take some of the politics out of it, and to be, like you said, data-driven or needs-driven. And part of that is putting together a team of people that can support that vision. I've always believed that the team, as we know in other departments, one of our struggles is that we don't pay enough to keep people that have talents. And then the city and county, in many cases, pays more. We know the feds pay more, and definitely the private sector pays more. Do you have a plan on what kind of team you need to put together and what kind of resources we're going to need to put together that kind of team and keep them?
Right. Right. Good. Great question. That's always on my mind as a leader. I took the complex area superintendent job at the neediest area, was given all 3 jobs, did it, and continued in the hardest, I believe the hardest geography to work in KKP, having been given the choice to do all 3. So I don't shy away from the needy work. I think creating an environment that's healthy has been secret to my success, that's been open and honest, where you engage your employees, you value them, because at my level, previously, I wasn't privy to increase anybody's pay. And pay has a lot to do with it, but I believe that the quality of the work environment has much more to do with it, and that's what we're trying to build with the SFA. You won't hear me, Terry will, in a closed room, hear me grumble about some of the pains in working in government, but in public, you won't. It'll be positive conversation. I believe people want to come and work with that, but we need to have that conversation around being competitive in compensation here, or offering a package that includes a lower cost of living. We do that to some degree on the HHSC, a board that I sit on. But I think workforce housing, right, those type of issues can help us solve attracting talent. But in terms of in the construction side of things, yes, the city and county pays more, private pays a lot more. I've been offered a lot of money to do another job on the private side. So you look for unique individuals, like Mr. Fuji here, an exceptional worker and just a nice catch. We're going to continue to build that kind of team, and I hope people come along. But I didn't sit there and pencil out a plan to steal my amazing friends from the DOE per se. And I do have a lot of really good friends that are great workers, and I'd like to cherry pick them, but we'll just keep growing methodically. I believe these next 3 positions will be telling. We don't have any particular person in mind, but we do have those character traits, somebody that's hardworking, willing to think Payaina or across all the islands, and we'll continue to build an environment and looking for an office, right? Looking for our permanent home. We've been very intentional on, is there parking and what's the traffic structure like, and how can we, everything, how can we just find a place people want to go to work? I'd love for it to be on the beach, in the Bahamas somewhere, yeah, but anyway, controlling what we can control, Chair, and just create a strong team. That's my goal.
Okay, well, what I was looking for was if you had specifics on what it would take to put together that kind of team, and not necessarily cherry pick a person,
Yeah.
but to cherry pick the talent that is necessary to make this this entity successful. And I think that should be one of the high priorities for you.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed that work hasn't been done. And I think that it should be done. So we recommend that you move in that direction. This
Yeah.
is something that can be very, very good for the state, but it needs that kind of structure.
Mhm.
And you need to tell us what you're going to need to have that structure.
Will do.
All right.
Will do.
Representative Kobayashi.
I'd like to second that.
Yeah.
I mean, the issue of pay versus quality of work environment is a good topic, but ultimately, pay is super important in retaining a good team.
Right.
And with you, with 3 people on board and maybe a 4th coming on board soon, if you lose one person, boy, that sort of splinters the team.
Right.
I mean, I hope that there's some mechanism by which you can, retain the team, keep the team on board, and I'm afraid that it will ultimately have to include money
Mhm.
and work environment, quality of work environment.
Right.
Okay. Any Representative Marikal?
Just on that line of getting a planner or a project
Project manager.
manager. I mean, if you just pick up a basic project manager or planner one or whatever it is, you may not get that person that you really need. So are you able to make the position more professional?
Yes. So one of the biggest frustrations for me in coming on as ED is being administratively attached to the DOE yet not having the ability to use their services. I was frustrated, right? They have a OTM, they have IT, they have all of this, and here I am expected to be more efficient and do it better and cheaper and have none of those supports. It turned to be a blessing. It turned out to be a blessing when Andrew was at T-Herd with Riker. The statute gives me that opportunity. I may use T-Herd. So it was, I believe it was, parts of it is very intentionally done where I could attract talent at a little better pay rate. So to your point, we have done some of that. We were conscientious, what's the word, in asking for a management analyst that comes with a certain pay grade and it has more responsibilities on it. I believe the person that we get here will find a lot of fulfillment if we named it. I mean, if we name it something else, right? So this has responsibility that will keep somebody, I think, challenged, help make them feel professional, and it does pay a little more. This person would not just work with Scott and I, but would also serve my board. My board has no support staff. Scott and I are the support staff for people doing this work for free, and they answer our calls any time of day or night, so for free. I believe they should get some support. So to you guys' point, I think we've been really intentional in that way and using the arms of government that we can use. People have their own work to do, and yet they're willing to stop and help us get this done. So we feel that responsibility, and we're gonna try to fulfill it.
And from what I have heard today from you, never knowing who you were, I think great leadership in an organization is key to
Mhm.
keeping that strong team. So I commend you in how you treat your organization. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
thanks.
Representative Ward.
Chair, I wanted to pile on and share what Dr. Bonham of UHERO shared with us regarding this subject. He said there is a phenomenon called employee hoarding going throughout the whole state of Hawaii. Those that you have, you've got to keep, you've got to cajole, you've got to give them incentives, you've got to do other things. So even if you don't give them a raise, tell them that you intend to hoard them like the rest of all the employers. Otherwise, they'll pinch them away and
Right.
incentivize them. That's
Good
all.
advice. Good advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'll just give one last comment that I suggest you look into. When Act 51 was created and facilities was taken from DAGs and given to DOE, there were a lot of mistakes in that transition. I would suggest that you study that and what they didn't do, and try not to do it again.
Great
Okay.
advice.
All right, we're gonna recess. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
guys.
appreciate you being
Thank
here.
you all for your time. I'm available. Just call on me. I'll come and meet. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna recess for the Attorney General's office. Recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for our second half, our 1:30 portion of our agenda. And first up is we're gonna have the Attorney General's office, please.
Is it okay if I take my mask off?
Sure.
Or would you like me to leave it on?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Ann Lopez and I am the Attorney General. With me here today, I'd like to introduce our division heads. And first is Julia Bato of the Crime Prevention and, I feel like I'm blocking people, Crime Prevention and Juvenile Assistance Division. Phil Higdon of the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center. Lynette Lau and her CFO, Sherry Wong of the Child Support Enforcement Agency. And of course, David Moore, our department's Administrative Services Manager. Also with us today is, where'd you go? Is Kristen Johnson and Mark Patterson of the Hawaii Correctional Oversight Commission. So today, I don't intend to just repeat what we've already submitted to you in writing. With the chair's approval, I would like to just take a moment to describe the mission and work of the Attorney General's office, if there are any members who are unfamiliar with what we do.
Please.
Okay. The mission of the Attorney General's office is to enforce all of the laws of the state of Hawaii, both civil and criminal. Our clients are all three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Our work really comprises a lot of different kinds of advice and consent to each of our clients and their agencies. We have subject matter experts available for almost every conceivable topic that may confront you. We, of course, also do litigation on the civil side. We defend the state, the departments, and individuals against lawsuits. And on the plaintiff's side, we also prosecute, usually entities, for example, violations of our consumer protection laws. For the legislature, which may be most important right now, is January. The Attorney General's office reviews every bill that's introduced in each legislative session. The purpose of our review is to determine whether or not there are any constitutional or statutory infirmities with the bill. But our work doesn't stop there and should not stop there. So we don't come back to the bill's proponent and say, sorry, there's a problem with it. Our job is to also come back to you and describe or provide amendments or revisions that we think will allow the bill to proceed and become law. And then, being a lawyer, assume we will get sued, we will be able to successfully defend that law. The folks who make up this department are attorneys, staff, and administrators. We currently today have 634 employees, 194 of which are deputies. 436 of which are staff, and administrators are 4. We, as of today, have 150 vacancies. 31 of those are deputies. We have, fortunately, been able to start bringing in new deputies because the legislature last year provided a substantial sum so that we could increase the salaries for the deputies who work in our department. For the remainder of the vacancies, we have tried up to 24 months in some cases to fill those positions. Phil was telling me earlier that for one position, he had a list of 79 people, none of whom either responded when he called to see if they were interested in an interview or actually came to the interview. I think that is a pervasive problem that you're going to hear from every department in this sort of post-COVID world. There's only 2 items on our budget that I would like to highlight for you. One is the IT modernization for the Crime Prevention and Juvenile Assistance Division. Right now, all of their work is on paper. So with an actual IT system, they will be able to change that work into electronic work and hopefully become more efficient. The second is monies for the litigation fund. The litigation fund is used to finance or actually pay for expert witnesses or outside counsel when it's necessary for our litigation matters. There's one item not on the steady state budget that we're currently talking to the governor and the director of budget and finance about, and that is our Medicaid fraud unit. Currently, that unit is funded by general funds. We're asking to have it changed to special funds, and the ceiling on the use of those special funds increased. The reason for that is because in addition to focusing on criminal Medicaid fraud investigations, the unit is also beginning to focus on civil types of investigations. Currently and historically, this division's been able to pay for itself and put money into the general fund at the end of each year. So we believe that the increase in the ceiling won't change that practice at this point. That's all I'd like to say. If you have any questions for me, those with me here today and myself will be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. The members will open up the questions. Representative Kila. followed
Thank
by-
you, Chair. I have a question. So, I know you folks are inundated and whatnot, but can I get to know where your folks' understanding is with illegal activity on Department of Hawaiian Homelands in retrospect to game rooms and illegal subject matters on lessees?
Right.
Lessees properties.
It's interesting, I was just listening to somebody talking about DHHL perhaps considering its own enforcement group. And I know what happens on DLNR land and on other lands. I do not know offhand what happens on the DHHL lands at this time. I will find out and I will get back to you before the end of the week.
Thank you, because I represent a large contingency of DHHL homelands, and I don't want to speak to specific cases because I know some of them are going for contested case hearings, but the time that it's taken prior is, lack of a better word, unacceptable. So I'm just hoping with the new administration and the new roles, new department heads, that we can make sure and support those. I know the enforcement, I know DHHL is talking about it, but it still has to be supported from this office.
You're right, and our response time has not been something that I would want to brag about.
Right.
The office has sort of churned through 4 attorneys general in the last 5 years. I'm hoping if I get confirmed that I will be able to bring a steady hand to the department. As you know, there's a new Department of Law Enforcement, and that department head and I have been discussing how our 2 departments can work collaboratively and seamlessly so that they can provide investigations and law enforcement and then move it to the Attorney General's office for prosecution.
Thank you, and please know I'm committed to helping you folks in whatever capacity I can.
Thank you so much.
I look forward to it. Mahalo.
Excellent.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. The 470,000 in general funds for litigation fund increase that you were discussing, is that because you anticipate being more litigious this year, or is that because the cost of those services are just naturally more expensive?
You know, I am going to allow David Moore to answer that question since he has the institutional knowledge on that point.
Actually, that's to bring spending level, budget level up to the average over the last 17 years. That's about how much we've spent. due to COVID and a weakening economy, the budget got cut. So we're reinstating those funds.
Okay, and I don't know who can answer this question, but you talked about a lot of vacancy positions. Can you describe your backlog and in processing cases, especially considering the courts have been closed or using some kind of
The
hybrid?
backlog on court cases?
Or like processing active cases that you guys have?
It has been hard. COVID did kind of, I don't want to say it provided relief, but because the courts were closed and things were happening on Zoom, it did slow things down for that period of time. Unfortunately, what's happened since then is everything is getting back on track, and so we're needing to move quickly. We do have a high caseload. Our deputies and their staff, their legal assistants and secretaries and clerks are working, doing as many jobs as they can. If the deputy needs something, they're gonna go make their own copies if it's after hours. So everybody's sort of just pitching in, get the job done, and try and do it as well as possible.
Do you have an idea of how many matters or cases may have like timed out for statute of limitations issues because of staffing issues or other issues?
On our part?
Yeah, on your part.
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
I'll get it. I offhand can't imagine that there are any,
Okay,
but I'll check into that.
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ward.
Could I follow up about vacancies?
Sure.
This has been a persistent problem, and the freshman group here in the House has highlighted that as one of the priorities. But the solutions are more difficult, of course.
Right.
Do you have any proposals on your part for how the vacancies can be solved, filled faster, corrected?
I do, actually. From a purely internal perspective, we are trying to do our own workforce development. We're taking those folks who are our office assistants, when they get to an OA 3 or I think maybe 4, if they're interested, we try and encourage them to do the training they need to do so that we can move them up to a legal clerk. Legal Clerk 1, and then keep moving them if they're interested in staying in the department and are interested in learning that work. With respect to outside of our department, what I have been talking to some of my group about are looking at the minimum requirements or the MQs on some of the position descriptions. Some of them are incredibly outdated. And for example, some require 6 months of previous government employment, which for a legal secretary is meaningless to us. If you're coming from private practice, you don't need government experience. So we are sort of combing through the relevant position descriptions for our department and trying to identify those things that we can remove that might currently be a roadblock to people applying for the job.
Would you have any proposals for legislative action to solve this vacancy issue?
I have not sat and thought about that. I will say, notwithstanding the kinds of benefits that are available with the state, I think the modern workforce is less interested in pension plans and working for 30 years for one company. I just don't think that's part of the mentality any longer. And so I'm not sure what that fix is, but I think that could be taken into consideration as we problem solve going forward on how we can get people more interested in public service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. And following up with that, is there anything that this body, this committee can do to assist filling those vacancies that comes to mind? Can we do anything, given the problem that you've got so many vacancies?
Personally, I don't think just throwing money at the problem is gonna be the full solution.
What
So,
else can we do then?
I have lots of crazy ideas.
That's why you're the director.
Yes. No, right now we use 89-day hires. And the reason we use 89-day hires is because a lot of those folks are retired from public service. If we hire them permanently, they will lose their pensions. And so the 89-day hire is the way to go. Personally, I like the idea of, instead of making it an 89-day hire, perhaps making exempt non-benefit earning positions for hard-to-fill positions. For example, our investigators who don't want or who can't work full-time, but if they're in a non-benefit earning position, it shouldn't affect their retirement.
What percentage do you have 89-day hires? How many people, or 5, 10, 15, 20% more?
No, nothing like that. We probably have between 14 and 16 89-day hires right now.
Okay, so you've got hundreds of employees, so, okay, it's not
My
that.
thought, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it doesn't, I thought it was like humongous. That doesn't sound very big at all.
For our 89-day hires. I don't know that it would be a solution, but I wonder for the younger folks coming into the workforce, they might not need benefits right now. If they're 21, they might still be on their parents' insurance.
A bigger problem you identified. You said pencil and paper were the record keeping for, I don't know if I caught it, but did you say pencil and paper were record and then you were gonna do IT and you're gonna get some technology and electronic way of doing it? Did I hear correctly?
You did.
You're still using pencil and paper to do your records?
This is Julia Botto, crime prevention.
So we just migrated over, we started.
I'm going to ask that you come up to the mic.
Thing.
Thank you.
Hi, Julie Bato again with the Crime Prevention Justice Assistance Division. One of the branches in the division is the Grants and Planning branch. The majority of the funds that we manage are federal grants, primarily from the Department of Justice, but we also manage some of the state monies that come through the ledge. Historically, it's been, when we're talking about paper and pencil, it's like Word documents kept in a file on a shared drive. But we didn't have anything robust until the pandemic where we could accept applications online from our, whether it's a government agency that's applying for federal funds or a victim services entity that's applying. So we really wanted to move it so there isn't this paper trail where somebody has to submit a hard copy application, and the whole process from birth to the ending of the grant is still paper-based. So we've started that process, the monies that we were requesting. Because of the federal funds that we leverage, I think most of you folks know that when you use federal funds, it needs to be prorated to that grant program. So we've been using a lot of piecemeal federal grants to cobble together what we've gotten so far. The monies that we're asking for will help us build out the rest of the system to support the different funding streams that we're managing. And we want to get everything onto our online e-grant system.
So
right
you got it under control, basically.
Well, yes, with your support, we will.
Okay, so there is an ask behind it.
Yes, and that's.
But just to make you feel better, maybe less than 6 years ago, the DOE, which is $2 billion organization, was paying its payroll with pencil and paper 3x5 cards.
Yeah.
So that's
I think we're one generation above that.
Yeah. Hopefully. Chair, I have 2 more questions. Should I continue or give a pause?
You have a question? Okay, proceed. You can, Representative Ward, you can proceed.
Oh, I thought you said to proceed to. The $470, Madam Director, $470,000 for litigation fund. You say it's going up. The state's being sued more, or what are these categories? Are any of them fireworks, or or they should be maybe?
I think, and I'll let Dave come back up, I think what he was saying is that the amounts have actually been cut over time, and so we're trying to get back to the funding that we had previously.
The cases are being cut, or the amount of money that you're asking for is being cut?
Pardon?
Is the number of cases, the number of suits to the state being cut, or is it the amount of money that you're having to pay out is being cut, or less?
Well, our ask is to have more money for expert witnesses and special deputies to defend the state. And our budget got cut when the economy went down 2 years ago.
Okay, rephrasing it. Yeah, is the state being sued more nowadays than before? Are your cases up on that? I got that impression from your budget figure. Or is it about level? Some people in this legislature do not like suits or paying off these kind of things for the state.
I totally agree with you. Some of the lawsuits especially are absurd. So some of them may be warranted, where we as a government need to learn to do better. I don't know if we're getting sued more or if the kinds of suits we have are different. I'm aware that there are some areas that have become increasingly complex and sophisticated, and that is electronic discovery. Plaintiffs' attorneys really understand IT systems, and so being able to be responsive to e-discovery, all of our electronic documents, really requires a heavy lift. It's one that I think everybody is still adjusting to, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort.
The second question I had is, your Justice Data Center, do you actually do research or you just collect information?
I am going to ask Phil to come on up and answer
The
that
specific question, do you have any research on the no cash bail, or that's something you guys don't?
My name is Phil Higdon with the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center. We strictly are the repository for criminal justice information. So we don't do the research ourselves. We retrieve the information from the law enforcement agencies, the prosecutor, the courts, and mental health, and we retain that. Strictly criminal justice information. So we maintain somebody's criminal history that would include their fingerprints as well as their mug photos.
So it's not at a policy level where the no cash bail question
No,
that I'm
we have
asking?
no part of that.
I see.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Mon Jan.
Thank you. This goes back to your positions. If you're reclassifying some positions to make it easier to hire or get more people in, are you also taking into consideration the amount of money you need to pay out for them? Or is it gonna be the same amount of money for a reclassified position?
I hate to step into an area of HR where I'm not an expert. We're not actually trying to reclassify the positions. We're just trying to get rid of some of those qualifications, but still maintain.
So the pay will still be the same?
Yes,
Not-
we were
okay.
not discussing changing that.
You think you'll be okay getting more people in with the MQs being easier?
Different. I'm hopeful, and by that I don't want to sound as though I'm saying that we're lowering the expectations of the person. There are just some MQs that maybe
makes
were
sense.
appropriate 20 years ago, but aren't today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Kobayashi.
I'm wondering if I can ask a question regarding Corrections Oversight Commission.
Please.
It looks like Corrections Oversight Commission asked for six first year, 7 second year positions, but you got 4. What's the harm or what's the impact of not having your full request?
Yeah, the impact would be pretty substantial. So particularly the 2 positions that didn't make it over that I really want to highlight are the prison and jail oversight specialist. And so those 2 positions, we have 8 facilities in the state, 4 jails, 4 prisons. So one of them would be assigned to the 4 jails, one of them would be assigned to the 4 prisons. And the importance of this is that they can be in and out of the facilities as often as necessary, at least a few times a week. They're able to do investigations, pull logbooks, look at video, do interviews, just a lot of investigative background and experience that I have, but being in my position currently, it's difficult to navigate and manage all of it at once. And so we really, really need those positions. In addition to that, a huge benefit of oversight is that those positions are going to be able to go into the facilities and find issues that need to be fixed and dealt with and addressed before potentially being sued and losing those lawsuits, because the state currently, in my personal opinion, is not following mandated standards for correction facilities. So it's a huge, huge, huge lift for this office to get us really functional and really moving forward.
Could you tell me, the requests for 6 and 7 positions are additional positions above what you currently have?
Yeah, so,
Thank
yeah,
you.
so right now the current person is me. And then I happen to have an admin assistant, and other than that, that's it. So, so we're really hoping to, like I said, just build up the office.
Last year, on another subject, last year, the House cut out $15 million that was to be used to start the planning and design for replacement to OCCC. The legislation on that had Oversight Commission it being a, quote, partner in this planning and design. With this staffing, I should say with current staffing, I presume you would not be able to do much work at all on any kind of oversight or advising or directing the planning and design of new OCCC.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to it, priorities are going to adjust throughout the years, and our staff are going to adjust to those priorities. And so when it comes to building a new facility, and especially one with that price tag, that's going to be our main priority and focus. And the commissioners themselves, luckily they have immense amount of experience. All of them have been with the state a long time. And so all of them are extremely engaged and active and interested in being a part of this. I think one of the potential issues is that previously there hasn't been a ton of communication, a ton of teamwork in that area, but I'm completely committed and willing to work with the Director of Public Safety every day, all day, and really create that teamwork and create mechanisms where we can assist in making sure that the new jail is rehabilitative and therapeutic versus just locking people up.
Thank you.
Can I follow up real quick on that? So, a jail versus a prison. Jail is usually the misdemeanors, they're shorter sentences. What kind of rehabilitation can you do within a year?
That's a great question. So the interesting thing about jails is that over 90% of them actually house people who haven't been sentenced yet, and so they're waiting to go through their trials. And believe it or not, that trial process can take years. And so you'll have people in jail for 4+ years, depending on what their crime is, what they're going through. And so there's definitely rehabilitative measures that can be taken as far as dealing with whatever the person came in with, the issues that they have, whether it's drug abuse, homelessness, anger management, the list goes on. There are resources that exist that can be implemented in these facilities to really help people so that when they get back out, because 99% of them are coming back out in the community, right? And so the goal is that they won't continue to recidivate and be able to function back into society.
Okay. Yeah, the pretrial issue is a different issue, but yeah. Okay. Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Chair. I believe you were on Hawaii News Now recently, and you did a phenomenal interview, and I appreciate the insight that you're bringing to this position. But I think something that has always come up for concern is the excessive amount of overtime that happens in some of our systems. So what do we need to do better? Is it increasing funding? Is it hiring? what are the barriers that we can remove to get rid of the excessive overtime but still staff adequately?
I have many, many thoughts on this exact topic. And so one of the things that I've been doing recently is meeting with UPW. When I go into the facilities, I always make sure to talk to the floor officers, talk to staff, get an idea of what do you need? What's going to keep you coming here every day? A big factor, I think, are the shifts themselves. It's extremely difficult for officers working 5 days a week, 8-hour shifts. It's just a completely different environment to have that type of schedule. And so what's ended up happening is obviously people have to stay over. They're working 16s or potentially 24s. In other jurisdictions across the nation, 12-hour shifts have been proven to be extremely effective. And so because what happens is officers will have 4 days on, 3 days off, 3 days on, 4 days off. So they kind of have that consistent, long weekend, quote unquote, to look forward to. In addition to that, I think officer wellness is huge. Again, just like having people come to work, right? These facilities are extremely difficult areas to work in. And so, I am currently working with the UPW to put together a recommendation. We're hoping to release it in March. But it's really going to cover not only how to bring in staff and keep staff, but in addition to that, looking at how to keep people more accountable when it comes to potentially taking advantage of sick leave or potentially taking advantage of FMLA or workman's comp. I know that's another big one. And so we are doing a ton of research right now to try to build that up. All of our recommendations, of course, will be evidence-backed, evidence-based. But yeah, it's a problem though, and our eyes are on it.
Can I follow up, Chair? Are we doing enough to make sure that we also recruit new folks? Because from my understanding, folks in the correctional facilities are part of a retirement-ready group at any given time as well. So
You're correct.
What does the recruitment look like?
Recruitment is rough. Not a lot of people want to be correction officers right now. And I think that's a mix of many reasons, but one of them is the scheduling. So I'm a proud millennial. I work to live. I don't live to work. As many millennials and the younger generations do. And so I think, again, having a shift structure that's different from a bank or different from other industries that they could easily go to, I think that's going to be huge. The other thing is looking at the type of training they're receiving. I have to give mad credit to the trainers because the most recent graduation, I think it was 30 people who started in the academy, 30 people who graduated. That's unheard of. That's incredible. So they did a great job. The problem, though, is once they get in the facilities and see what it's really like, they're out. And so a lot of things that I've been hearing from officers is that during that academy experience, bring them into the facilities earlier. And that way they'll know right off the bat, hey, this isn't for me, or, whatever the situation may be. And so, I think it's just really looking at the systems that are in place and really listening to, and hearing staff and figuring out where to go from there. Because they know, they have the answers, so it's really just connecting all the pieces.
And are they supportive of that new 4-3 schedule?
Staff?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody who I've talked to, many officers at HCCC, OCCC, and a couple of the prisons for sure. I mean, anytime I've mentioned it, they talk about how it would be monumental for them because now they can, do basic things like grocery shop and have time for family and really have that separation from work that with such a hard job, that's absolutely needed. So I think there's a lot of support.
Well, I'm excited to see what you'll do, and again, we're committed to helping you. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Ward.
Could you repeat that millennial mantra that you gave? Work to live, live to.
Millennials, we work to live. We don't live to work. So we make an income so that we can enjoy and not work overtime all the time and work late hours.
So you're in the right committee to adjust that, obviously. The question I wanted to follow was when you said the pretrial retention, it can be up to 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah.
Isn't there something that can be done about that?
I think so, yeah. One of the things we're doing right now is we're working with all of the judges in all the different districts to actually bring them into the facilities to kind of see what's happening and see what it's like there. I don't think that's going to solve all the issues. I think many of the judges are aware, some aren't. But I think that kind of continues to push it to the forefront and keep it in mind. Anytime, pushing back hearings, things like that. I mean, every case is individual, right? And so it could be a situation where more evidence needs to be collected, whatever the situation may be in the court process. But I think overall, I think it just starts with education, and then again, like talking with the people who do the job, so talking with the judges, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, and figuring out how can we move this process along.
Does the department have an official recidivism rate that you use, or as a guideline?
I don't know the exact number. I know that it's around or over 50%, which is very high. Nationwide average is around 30%. So it's very high. And there's a lot of reasons behind that too. I could talk all day about this, as you can probably tell. But two of the things that we're also going to be looking into are the length of times that people might be on probation and parole. It's quite long here. And so what happens is when somebody's being monitored for years and kind of waiting for them to fail, a lot of people unfortunately end up failing, right? That there's just not a lot of mechanisms right now, from my understanding, of really helping people get into more therapeutic programs like therapy and different things like that. It's more figuring out if they're showing up for their drug drops or, getting home on a certain, whatever their stipulations are. And so it's more monitoring than it is therapeutic.
That's a tough one to break. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Nothing on this side? Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much for coming in. We look forward to working with you going forward, and we'll be in contact. So, thank you very much. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay.
Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene to have one more briefing from the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations Director.
Honorable Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and honorable members of the House Committee on Finance, good afternoon, Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations Fiscal Biennium Budget request for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. We strongly support the executive budget, and we respectfully request for your support to fully fund DLIR's budget. I'm proud of the tireless work being done by all of our DLIR's employees who are serving the state each and every day, as their work is critical to our economy, our communities, and our families. With me, who have all the answers, and please stand up when I call your name. Bill Kunzman, Deputy Director. David Rodriguez, Legislative Coordinator and Equal Opportunity Officer. He just walked in. B. Payton, Administrative Services Officer. Francis Kagawa, Fiscal Officer. Kim Nguyen, Human Resources Officer. Maricar Pilotin Pretis, Administrator of our Workforce Development Division. Jay Ishibashi is our Program Specialist. From our Occupational Safety and Health Division, Norman Ahu, Administrator. From our Wage Standards Division, Sherry Lee, Administrator. And Mary Imamura, Labor Law Specialist. From Unemployment Insurance Division, Ann Pereira Eustaquio, Administrator. From our Disability Compensation Division, Joanne Bidinhar, Administrator. And also Royden Koito is a Program Support Chief. From our Hawaii Civil Rights Commission, Bill Hoshijo, Executive Director. Marcus Kawatachi, Deputy Executive Director. From Hawaii Labor Relations Board, Midori Hirai, Hearings Officer. From our Labor and Industrial Relations Appeals Board, Damian Elefante, the Chair. From Office of Community Services, Giovanni De La Cruz, Executive Director. And from our State Fire Council, Gary Lum, Administrative Specialist. You have the mission statement of the department based on the statutes. But given the nature of the population who depend on DLIR, you're talking unemployed, dislocated workers, temporarily disabled, economically disadvantaged immigrants, and even refugees. We're the tip of the spear on taking care of people. As such, we want DLIR to be the department that residents can count on in their time of need. The current economic and fiscal conditions, Hawaii's unemployment rate has fallen from a historical high rate of 22.4% in April 2020 and continued to trend downward and remains low at 3.3% in November 2022 as Hawaii recovers from the disruptions caused by COVID-19. Initial claims for unemployment have averaged at 1,100 new claims per week, while weeks claim averaged nearly 6,000 claims per week during the second half of 2022. Due to the relatively low number of claims and the use of $847 million in federal pandemic funding, the Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund has a balance of $214 million. The DLIR paid out over $6.7 billion in unemployment insurance benefits and assistance during the COVID-19 pandemic as a critical part of the state's safety net. The statutory unemployment insurance tax rate schedule for 2023 will be F with the lapse of Act 1 SLH 2021 that set the tax rate schedule at D for calendars year 2021 and 2022, and the amendment of the definition of adequate reserves Fund Act 281 SLH 2022 for calendar years 2023 to 2030. The department has used both federal and state funds to support the existing mainframe equipment and applications to stabilize and harden the UI web application in preparation for any future significant economic downturns or disasters, and is in the process of developing an RFP to modernize the UI system. Workforce development activities occur largely through the American Job Centers in the local areas or counties under the auspices of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, through a collaboration of state and local organizations addressing the workforce development needs in the AGCs. Other workforce development activities include the Registered Apprenticeship Program, training provided through the Employment and Training Fund, services to military, veterans through Jobs for Veteran Services grant, whereby disabled veteran outreach program specialists provide individualized career services and case management, and the First to Work for temporary assistance to needy families, participants in partnership with the Department of Human Services, and an internship program primarily for state agencies, among others. Overall, the DLIR and programs have engaged in a concerted effort to fill vacancies to maintain and bolster levels of service to the public. On federal funds, our UI division is facing reductions in funding levels and at risk of losing federal funds. The unemployment compensation program is a federally funded program which is administered by the state's UI division. Due to the legislative appropriation of American Rescue Plan Act funds for the operations of the UI program, we should have sufficient funds to pay for our federal fiscal year 23 expenditures. Non-general funds pursuant to 3747 of the HRS, the non-general funds report are available online. And the process that we use to develop our budget is a bottom-up approach. Requests for additional funds are prioritized based on factors that include but are not limited to the following: service levels to the public, state and federal legal mandates, and modernization efforts to increase efficiency and transparency for workers, employers, and beneficiaries. For significant adjustments, we're requesting a full year funding for positions funded for a half year in the fiscal year 23, 5 positions in the Office of Community Services to facilitate granting aid awards made by the 2022 legislature, and 1 position assistant in the Wage Standards Division for the intake and certification branch. We're also seeking funding for the continuation of the Immigrant Resource Center. Act 256 provided funding for staff and reestablishment of the Immigration Resource Center with an outreach component. However, the funding is limited to the appropriation made by the Act and non-recurring. And we anticipate making further requests for the biennium budget in collaboration with Governor Green and the Department of Budget and Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and we look forward to answering, well, it depends on the questions, but we look forward to answering questions from the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open up the questions, members' questions. Representative Morcal.
Thank you. I'm gonna miss you, by the way, on the other side.
Thank you.
But good to see you're still here. My question is gonna be related to your OSHA section. How are the offices on the neighbor islands staffed, if at all?
That's an important question, Rep, so let me ask our Administrator of OSHA, Norman Aho, to give her.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you to come up to the mic, please. Thank you.
Norman Ahu, IOSHA Administrator. Yeah, unfortunately, we do have offices, but we have a hard time recruiting for the offices because our main group is here. And in order to properly service the neighbor islands, we usually look for a level 4 type of versed, qualified person. So we have one very good person in Kona, Charlie, but we want to get more in Maui, Kauai, Molokai, and so forth. So the way we service the neighbor islands is we have our senior inspectors. We have a neighbor island travel schedule, and we fly them out for a week, and we do inspections, and we also do consultations. From our consultations, we fly out there. We do any kind of presentations, training, so forth.
Have you had any complaints or as far as your response to any violations or inspections?
We have our complaint line, and so they always call in, and we try to, we need to evaluate the complaint. If it's an urgent, life-threatening, we certainly fly them over on time. Any fatalities within 24 hours, we need to be there. The other ones, we call what we have, if it's not as critical, we give the employers a chance. We take the complainant's sting and we send it to the employer and say, look, we have an employee that's complaining. Can you help us?
Okay. I'm just, have you tried to address the problem of hiring at that higher level? Because I'm not sure people coming out of college even know about positions like that. So how would you hire someone at such a high level?
It is very difficult to hire somebody already at that high level because it requires training.
Yeah.
We are supported under the auspices of the federal OSHA. So their training schools and courses are all available to us. So we usually bring them in at a 1 or 2 level, and we have this whole curriculum.
Well, so they can advance to that level,
Yes.
and then they can be
Yes.
assigned to the neighbor islands if they happen to
Yes.
have a place to live.
Absolutely. So,
Okay.
and our inspectors have to cover, a whole list of construction, general industry, Xerox shop.
I know. I'm just
Chemical.
surprised that you guys are able to operate with such, like, 0 staff
Thank
there
you.
on island.
We are really stretched. It is hard to recruit. It's hard to recruit, and I don't want to complain, but our pay rate, we can't compare to the private sectors or federal OSHA. They have quota.
Right.
So we're kind of known as the premium training source.
Okay.
So our level 4s get personal calls. And it's very frustrating.
Okay, thank you. And just, I guess, do you guys have a lot of 89-day contracts in your section?
We try to, I have like 3 or 4.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to expose them to it. We run them through. I think the other scary part is we're almost like a police force.
Yeah,
And once they get a flavor of that, they're like,
it's kind of scary. Yeah,
yeah.
I got you. And Chair, just one more question. I think I noticed, this is more for the director, I guess.
Thank you.
I noticed that you do have a lot of 89-day contract hires. Are these like experienced people coming back because they, like government workers in the past, because they can't lose their retirement, or it's just random 89
Let
short-term
me-
contracts?
Yeah, let me ask our personnel person to answer that. The 89 day, are they former employees that were coming back?
So most of the 89-day either,
So most of the A9 day would be from the retiree, or either someone get out of college and then they need the experience. So the program refer them to us to be
Okay.
as their A9 day.
and about how many are retirees from government?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't have that information.
We'll get back to you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gary.
Thank you, Chair. Director, just have a couple of questions regarding the UI program. Where's the department with regard to the investments to the IT system post-pandemic? We know during COVID what happened with the system breaking down with the avalanche of claims that came in.
Yeah, we're in the process of, issuing an RFP. I mean, every state, not just Hawaii, the system was overwhelmed. There was a dramatic rise in claims. So we're gonna be basically, riding a car while fixing it. So we should have the RFP out in February. Maybe Ann, you wanna update?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Right now, we are working on stabilizing and solidifying what we have today. So we spent $2.6 million on a contract to stabilize and harden our upfront web application, which took a heavy hit during the pandemic and couldn't take all the claims that were coming in. We're trying to solidify it and stabilize it so that if we did go through another disaster, we'd be able to handle the load. The other amount we also are spending money on is $2.6 million to ETS. So we have an MOU with ETS, and we're providing them with funds to harden and stabilize the mainframe. The mainframe, the actual hardware application is fine. It's the application software on the mainframe that needs to be upgraded and modernized. So we're doing this just to stabilize the system. But really, the unemployment insurance application or program as a whole needs to be modernized. And as the director said, we are currently working on an RFP to be posted sometime in either February or March of this year to select a vendor and move forward with a full-scale modernized system, which has to do with our benefits, tax, and appeals applications. We have been going on visits to other states and working with NASWA, which is the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, and they are providing us assistance in writing the RFP and helping us move forward through the modernization of the unemployment insurance program.
Okay, thank you. What is the rough, the value of that RFP?
So last year, we received $42 million through ARPA funds from the governor. We are estimating an estimated cost for a full-scale unemployment system to be about $70 to $75 million. So we are short on quite a bit of money. We are going to put out the RFP. If we get a quote and we have a vendor who we select, if we don't have the money or commitment of money, we won't be able to sign a contract and move forward with that RFP. But we're going through the process to see if there is anyone out there, and if there is, then we would like to move forward with obtaining additional funds to do that.
Okay, thanks for
Thank
the
you.
information. If you could just stay there, one more question, since you're having so much fun up there.
Yes.
Regarding fraud, I know early on in the pandemic, there was massive amounts of fraud all over the country. How do we fare as a state, and how aggressive has the department been in clawing back any kind of fraudulent claims?
I said we're very comparable to many other states. The fraud was not just individuals filing fraudulent claims, it was groups. It was like a Nigerian group that came in and filed thousands of claims. You know, it wasn't just individuals filing a claim here or a claim there that was fraudulent. It wasn't just true fraudulent claims as well. A lot of individuals didn't realize that they couldn't file for PUA and they should have been on regular and vice versa. And the PUC application or program, you know, there are many different programs within the unemployment insurance that came about during the pandemic. For instance, PUA. We have about 28,000 individuals with overpayments. We have not yet pursued those overpayments. We're working with the U.S. Department of Labor to see if we can waive some of those overpayments, if we can get some blanket waivers on those specific overpayments that were not the fault of the individual per se. We're waiting for word on that. Once we get word on what overpayments can be waived, we are moving forward sometime in the near future to start collections on overpayments in PUA, which will probably create an outcry, right? Because individuals will start getting notifications that they owe thousands of dollars back to the unemployment insurance office. Our regular unemployment insurance program, it was hit with fraud, but nothing like PUA. You know, we have securities in place that protect the system so that we don't make fraudulent claims unless it's validated by an employer that they're unemployed. So there were some protections in place for our regular unemployment insurance system.
Okay. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
And the third question I have, thank you, Chair, is regarding the student helper, student intern program. So Director, I'm not sure who can help with this one, but I know the legislature appropriated money last year for this very important program. You know, we hear from departments about the challenges of workforce. So the question is basically, what is the level of interest been within the executive branch to start filling these positions?
There's been, good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Maricar Pilotin-Freitas with the Workforce Development Division. So thank you for allowing that funding to be possible. There's a lot of interest from the branches, the executive branch. Currently, we have it on our portal. It's been kind of slow for the interest from the job seekers because I think many of them are still in college. So we continue to do our outreach and recruitment to the colleges and participate in job fairs to reach those job seekers. As you know, some of the concerns have been that the pay for the interns are higher than the entry level for some of the executive branch. So we continue to address those issues, but it has been slow moving. We hope to increase the numbers by the end of the session. So we'll provide you a report then.
Do you have a rough sense of how many positions have been filled?
We have 37 as of January 3rd. And the process have been that they go through the portal, those that are interested in participating in the internship. Because these are Department of Labor positions, they still have to go through the normal suitability. So some of the agencies that we're trying to place, there's an additional suitability that they must go through because I guess of the PII information that the interns will be exposed to. So we continue to work with those agencies to address that second suitability. But right now we have 37 that have gone and placed at several of the executive branches.
And just how much more room do you have?
We have, for that program, we have for 5.3 million. And that includes, of course, not just the internship, but other projects for the department.
I'm sorry, I meant in terms of position counts, not the amount. So
Oh, the position count, we have 330 positions for the internship, 30 of which was for the Department of Education.
okay, thank you very much, Mayor Carr. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kilo.
This question is for Director Butai. Congratulations on your appointment, and thank you for your work previously in the transportation realm, helping out my district. I want to reference Table 5 when we're talking about the proposed budget reductions. I do have some concerns when I see some of these things, such as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, Fair Hearing Assistance Programs, Registered Apprenticeship Programs, Trade Adjustment Assistant Training Programs. One concern I have is, are we posing ourselves in a legal matter by removing some of these things? And then two, if we're reducing some of these budget items, where does that signal to our commitment to trades and making sure we're doing apprenticeship programs?
Let me defer this question to our.
The federal, the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program are really targeted. It's a federal program targeted for plant closure. So when the department receives warrant notice, we do reach out to the companies to assess whether or not the closure is affected by foreign competition. If it is, then we submit an application to the U.S. Department of Labor, who's responsible for conducting a thorough investigation, whether or not. So for example, we have been certified with the closure of HCNS. So we were able to receive assistance through that. And there's some companies that we've submitted application, but based on DOL's investigation, that have not been considered as trade affected. So the trade adjustment, what's unique about that is nationwide, if, like, for example, companies in Oregon or Washington close, and those affected workers decide to reside or move to Hawaii, then we do have a governor's agreement where we act as an agent state for those other states, and we're responsible for doing the case management as well as paying for the training, but that comes out of the federal programs. In regards for the apprenticeship, we don't have a federal apprenticeship program. The Department of Labor is responsible for ensuring the apprenticeship program. For the currently, there's over 6,000 apprentices, which range from labor and non-labor. So we're responsible for overseeing the state apprenticeship program. So with the recent legislation last year, we were able to have your assistance in providing a clerk to do the registration for those apprentices, as well as reviewing standards if companies are interested in developing an apprenticeship program.
I want to follow up. Clear this for me. So we have an agreement between states in the circumstance of a plant closure or any unemployment claim?
The agreement is for the federal trade adjustment. So there's two levels of warrant notice. There's a state warrant notice, and there's the federal warrant notice. So the trade adjustment assistance comes, that government, secretary government agreement is to ensure that any trade affected worker from any of the nation can relocate to any of their choosing and pursue training, and we act as the agent for that other state. So we're responsible for reviewing to make sure that there's a demand occupation that the interested applicant is pursuing, and the state of Hawaii would be responsible for paying that training.
Can you follow up with me after this? Because I would love to see numbers that we've utilized in the last couple of years of folks who fall under that program as they've come here into Hawaii. Because not that I'm concerned, right? But when we are inundated with some stuff and then we're taking on another level, I'd like to see what amount of folks utilize this program, please.
Yes, thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other question? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the 28,000 overpayments, Mr. Director, is that you? 28,000 overpayments, what's the value of that? If you've got some numbers.
So this is just for the PUA unemployment insurance program?
Yeah, the 28,000 you said.
27,000 claimants who are going to be receiving overpayment notices if we can't get some of these overpayments waived. We don't have a total overpayment amount yet for PUA until we see what can be waived and what payments really qualify as overpayments with U.S. Department of Labor.
It doesn't sound as serious as it sounded in the beginning then. So it's not $1 million, it's not $2 million, it's not, I mean, is it like you gave them $25 more? Or
It's
is this
millions.
So it is millions?
Most definitely millions, correct.
And why would you want to forgive those millions?
Right, so there's specific reasons why we're trying to get blanket waivers. For instance, when we started the PUA program, we were told by U.S. Department of Labor as well as the Congress that it was going to be self-certified and that every individual was self-certifying that they were unemployed due to no fault of their own because of the pandemic, and they did not qualify for regular benefits. We were not allowed to make sure that these individuals qualified. We couldn't ask them any questions. We couldn't obtain additional information. When the fraud started to hit the program, we were then told that there was a passage in the Congress to validate every single claim that was coming through for PUA. And so then we started the validation process. They could no longer just self-certify that they were unemployed and qualified for PUA. We had to go through a process to get that validation done. And so we're asking for a waiver from February of 2020, when the application first took effect, until the time where they said we had to start the validation and waive the overpayment for those individuals if they didn't qualify, because we didn't find that they met the requirements through self-validation.
Were the Nigerians in that first group where they didn't have to?
So those would not be those that would be waived. But I could tell you that it's very difficult to collect from those large groups who committed fraud. We are working with OIG and the FBI. They did not only commit fraud here in Hawaii, but almost every other state as well. And so those are a little different circumstances.
We used to get a scheme or a scam from the Nigerians every other day.
Yeah.
So it's part of it. Chair, if I may proceed, do you have any update on the ALICE study? Because I would think the Department of Labor would use that as a bellwether as to whether we as a legislator or you as a department, because the last number said that 58% of the people in Hawaii are on the borderline of poverty. Are we doing any better than what the last ALICE study indicated? That
I'll
would
have
be
to
very meaningful to me to know.
Refer that back to the director.
Are we getting better or worse?
I'm not familiar with that study, but we'll get back to you.
The United Way did a study, and they said 58% are on the borderline of poverty. It's asset-limited, income, challenged, and employed. It's a study, it's a landmark, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think that that should be something that, as the Department of Labor is the bellwether of how well we're doing as employees, that you might want to pay attention to that. Lastly, Mr. Boutte, is there anything in your budget that anticipates immigrants from the southern border where they may be coming to Hawaii? Do you have any indication of their existence or anticipated needs, and are they in your budget?
Let me
Or
ask
none of the above?
Giovanni De La Cruz of our OCS. They handle a lot of the immigration programs for the state, so let me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members, Representative Ward. With regards to your question, what we are lucky to have here in the in Hawaii is because of our geographic proximity to the mainland. We don't have that problem. But the Office of Community Services can only track down refugee seekers that are legal. The placement of refugee to the state of Hawaii is through the federal government program. So the data that we have here at OCS is confined or limited to those who are legally served. As far as the number of undocumented, if that's the number you're looking for, Rep, we don't have that data.
So,
The,
no plane loads or any of the stuff that evidently the other states are getting their fair share of. So we have not, as far as you know, have been a recipient of that.
That is correct, Rep. So what happened is that, see, even those that are legally entered other state and moved to Hawaii, but do not seek service on the programs that the Office of Community Services funded, we cannot track them. I can report that in the last federal fiscal year that ended September 30, we serve 30 individuals with legal, because it's legal status, those that are, have legal status, and 25 of those are Ukrainians. The state of Hawaii received an additional $130,000 to serve them. But the numbers of refugees for the state of Hawaii, the placement, it's very minimal, small. Therefore, the state of Hawaii belongs to the category of state that receive the base or floor allocation of $50,000 a year. But because of the influx of Ukrainian, we receive another $130,000.
So essentially, we have no illegal immigrants as a category.
That I don't have that information, because
But it sounds like, in effect.
if we go by the data that we have, that's yeah.
Thank you for that report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair Matayoshi. Yeah, please, go ahead. Lisa has a question? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about, you mentioned grants and aid, and I think it was run through, right, OCS. Is there an update on that, or can you give us more information about the grants and aid from last year that were, I believe, not released or distributed?
I mean, we've been processing them. OCS have been processing them. We've sent some of the draft contracts to the AG for review and approval. I think some of them don't even have like the tax forms or even the compliance express. But for the purposes of getting the process expedited, we're just sending them. But before we finalize or sign the contract, we will make sure that they're in compliance. And I think the OCS, they may get some harassment because they've been contacting some of the grantees and they haven't been providing some of the documentation, but they're processing them as fast as they can.
When did you start processing? Was it recently, or?
I think once we got the approval from the governor, when he released the money, then we started processing them.
Okay, so everyone would have been contacted if they got awarded?
Well, some have been contacted even in July of 2022, but they, to provide some documentation. But they, some of the grantees haven't responded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Matayoshi.
Yeah, my question has to do with unemployment insurance. You say in this document that we're at risk of losing federal funds. I'm also wondering about just kind of the general so if you could expand more on that, why are we at risk of losing federal funds? And then also what this shortfall is. It sounds like we're not adequately funding it, but given the 3.3% unemployment rate currently, I'm wondering if you're anticipating another spike in unemployment, or if you're using sort of a multi-year average that might skew that amount.
Let me defer to our administrator for UI.
Good afternoon, Rep. So the way the unemployment insurance budget works is we're 100% federally funded.
Okay.
We don't receive any general funds to run the unemployment insurance program. And so funding is on an annual basis, and it's determined on workload. So as the workload goes down, funding goes down. Anytime you try and run a program that is as complicated as unemployment is, you have to have a stable workforce in order to implement a program if there is a downturn. And so the problem is when our funding gets cut, we have to let a base of our workers go, or through attrition, which we try to do most of the time. And then when workload goes up, then we start to get additional funding, then you bring additional workers in. But then we have to train these individuals so that they are at a point where they can actually perform the job and adequately service the public. And so we're trying to stabilize our workforce so that we can continue to have individuals who understand the program and who can implement programs when they become available. And so with the downturn in the funding from U.S. Department of Labor, we can't do that. And that's where we feel that we need funding in order to continue to operate efficiently.
Okay, and you're seeking that funding from the state? Is that what you're saying? No.
No. Well,
So you're constantly fluctuating up and down then with
it's cyclical, right?
Huh.
Yeah. So we receive no funding from the state here in Hawaii. But I can tell you many, many other states receive state funding to supplement their federal funding for the unemployment insurance program.
Okay, so why are we at risk for losing federal funds if it's entirely federally funded and that's the...
Because the workload's dropping. So workload is now at 3.3% unemployment.
So that's a good thing then that we're losing federal funds because we don't need them because the workload is dropping. Is that fair?
Workload is dropping, but then we would have to let our workforce go, our experienced workforce. Something else were to happen, we'd have to bring in new workforce. I cannot express how difficult the unemployment insurance program is. And the training process to get one individual up to par where they can help an individual out in the community is incredible. I'm sure some of the representatives who came to the convention center during the pandemic can speak to that. It is an extremely difficult program. And if the federal funding drops and we have to let go our experienced individuals to try and bring those individuals back in again to perform the services that is greatly needed to help the safety net of everyone in the community is extremely hard to do.
Understandable. I noticed, though, that there are a lot of empty positions at DLIR. Is it possible to put these people who have training into some of these positions where if the need arises, you can pull them out into UI when they already have the training and experience, but in the meantime, they can do this litany of other jobs at DLIR? I mean, is that possible? Have we thought about a more flexible method to adjust to these kinds of circumstances?
That's definitely thinking out of the box. And we kind of did that a little bit, Representative, during the pandemic. You know, we had lots of individuals help us. They volunteered during the pandemic to help with the unemployment insurance program. It would take some adjusting, right? Because you would have to change PDs. You would have to make sure that they could do that work and that was part of their function. So it would take some work to be able to do that, but that's definitely thinking out of the box, moving individuals around, getting them to do other things within the department where it's needed.
Yeah, is that something you'd be interested in? Because, I mean, if all of these are vacant, I'm assuming the time is now. And I think you could help yourselves if you're letting go experienced individuals from DLIR. I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing that out. We can have the conversation further later. I don't want to take up people's times, but.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that.
Anything's possible. I mean, I would try anything just for us to get the help we would need to get our job done.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, I wouldn't turn anything down. Thank you.
You can stay right there. So, also what was brought up that, we're Schedule D artificially and then it should be F. And that also is why we may, we should be okay, but it can cause problems for you. At schedule, where we are artificially setting the schedule, when do you foresee it being adequately funded?
Okay, so this year, we didn't really artificially set the schedule for this new year. We passed the act that helped with stabilizing what we called the pandemic period that was really not something we would normally see, right? So the adequate reserve amount was what we adjusted. It was that rate. We adjusted that rate, and by adjusting that rate, we were able to bring down the tax schedule to a manageable set on Schedule F. It was set at D last year, artificially, and that would have definitely been a problem, because when we looked at the numbers, if we continue to artificially set the rate schedule at D, we would not have enough funds to pay out benefits, even at a low unemployment rate of 3.3%.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's set at F right now?
It is, for
Okay.
2023, sorry.
And that is the rate it should be at?
That's the rate it should be,
Okay,
correct.
and that was set in November?
It was set in the last legislative session.
Okay.
So it's effective January 1st of 2023.
No, but the assessment that you do to come up with the rate is usually done in November, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
And
It's
that- and
using,
that is F?
that's F, correct.
Okay. Okay. So one of the other things that, and it's good, so one of the other things that became apparent during the pandemic is that, and it was the legislature that did it. We reset the adequate reserve to 1 year instead of 1.5.
Mhm.
And in hindsight, that may have been a mistake. Does the administration have plans to address that?
So, right, it was at 1.5%. And I'm sure you remember that, Representative. It was 1.5%, and that helped us to stabilize that trust fund. When we dropped it to 1% and then we manipulate the rates, that's what happens, right? So that's why we had to borrow during the pandemic. Right now, we're not looking at increasing that this year because we understand that the rate has jumped drastically, right, from Schedule D to F. So we're trying to provide some kind of balance for employers. But you're right, at some point, we should start looking at increasing that adequate reserve amount and what that rate should be so that we can sustain the unemployment in good times and bad times, right? And that's what that rate's for, right? To help us sustain those times when we have bad times.
Okay, so there's no plans immediately?
Not at right now,
Okay,
not at this
even in a plan to like address it in 2 years? or-
Yes, yes, that's something that we're continuing to look at, and we would like to bring it back
When do you
up.
have an idea of when? I would assume that you are talking to business, or, right? And then
Right.
so,
And businesses don't like at this point that we're at F.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And so that's why we're trying to be, we're trying to hear their side of the, there as well. And try to do the right thing for everyone, the claimants as well as the employers.
so does that conversation, is there a conversation as to, and they probably will tell you that it's never a good time, but when will be a good time to bring it back to 1.5%?
Yes, we are looking at the tax schedules now, and if the economy continues to stay at the levels they're at, and the unemployment insurance rate continues to either drop a little or level out, it looks like our tax tables will drop about one tax schedule a year. And so we're at F. So I would say in the next 3 years, we'll be down to a level where we could start talking about actually implementing an increase in the adequate reserve amount.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Members, any other further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Director, and your team. We look forward to working with you going forward. We are adjourned. Thank you.